a.m. As a courtesy to all, if you're not speaking, please mute your audio so that there are no interruptions in the background. Lisa, can you call the roll? Make sure we have a quorum.
Presiding Officer Flores.
Here.
Director Tallis.
Here.
Director Tiller.
Here.
Director Abraham. Director Bourne.
I'm here, but I can barely hear y'all.
Director Fernandez.
Here.
Director Henderson.
Here.
Director Huber.
Here.
Director Crone.
Here.
Director LaChance.
Here.
Director Lattimore.
Here.
Director Leslie. Director Lloyd.
Here.
Director Luton.
Here.
Director Rankin.
Here.
Director Ruiz.
Here.
Director Sanderson. Director Smith.
Here.
Director Savage.
Here.
Director Wilson.
Here.
Director Yancey.
Sorry, here.
Thank you. For the record, I'll note that public meeting notice was properly posted as required by law, and the notice of this board meeting was provided to each of the directors. I noticed Director Abraham, Director Leslie, and Director Sanderson did not note they were present. We'll try them again shortly and see if they rejoin the meeting. Since this is a virtual meeting, we'll handle the attendance portion, which we've already done. And thank you for calling that roll, Lisa. There is a quorum present. We will now move to the public comment section of our agenda. For those commenting, please note that the board may not deliberate items that are not posted on the agenda. Additionally, we do not plan to place a time limit on public comment unless we feel the time is being taken is affecting others' ability to address the board. At this time, are there any individuals who have signed up to speak or anybody wishing to speak to the board and address the board at this time?
We do not have anybody signed up at this time.
Thank you. We will move on and proceed to the regular agenda. Our first agenda item is number 1, report and possible discussion on General Manager CEO report by David Collingsworth, General Manager CEO.
Well, good morning, everybody. I think from the top of our basin to the bottom of our basin, we have about a 65-degree difference. So, Gary, I'm sure you're seeing snow, and you folks down in the bottom are enjoying some much-needed rainfall. Typically during this part of the board meeting, I have 5 or 6 minutes worth of updates, things that are going on, things that I'm proud of that I want to talk about. But this morning, it's kind of a bittersweet situation, but it demands the entire agenda item. This is our last board meeting to have Nancy Adams. Nancy is retiring, and I say it's bittersweet because it makes many of us sad that we're losing a friend that we've worked with for so long. But also the sweetness is that she has the capability and time to retire and go enjoy life and be with her family and be with her horses and spend more time at the church, which all of those things I know are really important to Nancy. So that's all a great thing. Nancy, I want you to know that when I think about you, I think of two things. I think of perfection. And I knew you were outstanding when Phil Ford was here. But when I had the opportunity to come work with you one-on-one, I just learned so much more about you. And I was telling Director Lattimore last week when we were talking on some other issues, and he brought up your retirement, that it's just what an honor it is to work with such a professional, and the way you do your business, the way you've conducted your business, and taking care of the board, and taking care of the general manager, and taking care of the BRA staff, compliments to you. Outstanding job. The other thing that comes to my mind is the friendship and the support that you gave me when I transitioned into this new position. And I will always appreciate that and remember that. And I know that while you're leaving and going on to retirement and enjoying that side of life, that new page, you will always have a lot of friends here at the BRA that will be here to help you and support you if you need anything from us. So congratulations on an outstanding career, and we're just so proud of you, and thank you for everything that you've done for us. At this time, if there's anybody else that would like to say anything to Nancy, I think that would be very appropriate.
David, this is Director Tallis. I'd like to say something. I'd like to tell her thank you. I don't know how many times in my early time on the board when I couldn't find something, misplaced an email, or didn't file my financials on time, that Nancy got emails from me, and she very kindly and without apparent judgment helped me out each time. So I echo everything David said, and personally want to tell Nancy thank you for all of her hard work.
Director Huber would like to speak. Nancy, I don't claim to speak on behalf of the whole board, but I do believe that what I'm saying reflects the feelings of each member of the board. I'm very saddened that you're retiring from the VRA. Very happy for you to be able now to go in a different direction and have much more time for your family and your church and your friends and your horses and your many projects that you do. From my first introduction to this board almost 6 years ago during orientation, you just made me feel so welcome and so at home here. You've gone out of your way to help me in every way possible. You planned all the directors' dinners. You've taken care of all the details of each board meeting, each committee meeting, and been the general manager's right-hand person. You're the go-to person whenever a board member needs anything. I just don't know how this organization would have operated for all these years without you, Nancy. I know you're leaving things in good hands. We have a great staff. You've trained Lisa to hit the ground running as your successor. But I want you to know I've grown to have tremendous respect and love for you, not only as a fellow laborer here, but as a friend. I'll never forget you. You're one of the finest people I've ever known. And I wish you God's very best as you go from here.
Wow, that's hard to follow, but I'll echo that. And Nancy, thanks. I don't think you're replaceable. No offense to Lisa, but well, I look forward to working with her, and I'm glad that you've taken the time to help transition that, and just really appreciate all that you've done.
Nancy, this is Ford Taylor. I'm not going to go into all the things that you've done for this organization over the years, but just from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Nancy, this is Jim Lattimore, and I'm not going to retread the same path that everybody else has gone down, but I just want to say how much I appreciated your quiet dependability, and you always seemed to be there when I had a problem of some sort, or even when I had a question. So thank you very much, and we wish you all the best in your retirement. We'll miss you, but we know you're leaving us in good hands with Lisa and the staff that we have here. So thank you very much.
Nancy, this is John Luton. Thank you for everything and not calling me an idiot when you should have. I appreciate that.
Thank you for those kind words. It's really been a blessing for all the people I've worked with and worked for. And I just wish everybody the best from now on and all the successes in the future.
Thanks, Nancy. Presiding Officer Flores. Oh,
I want
sorry.
to echo what everybody else said and say, thank you for not judging me on my stupid emails and for all you've done and being kind of the mom of this board. And I appreciate everything that you do for us and have over the years.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Nancy, this is Judy Crone. I have to echo everything everybody else said, and I thank you for your wonderful, wonderful personality and the love that you've shown all of us. I look forward to the day that all of this has evolved and you can tell me about your travels and your trips everywhere. Remember me when you send me a postcard or send me a picture.
Will do.
Thank you for everything.
All right. Thanks.
Nancy, this is Gary Bourne. I'm not sure I'm going to let you retire. I may have to still call you. So I guess maybe you have some comp time or overtime you need to apply to it. But I appreciate you, and hopefully, good Lord willing, I'll get to see you again. Hopefully not when it's Jerusalem on the Brazos. But you have a great life. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Presiding Officer Flores, I'll turn the floor back over to you. Thank you all.
Well, thank you. And Nancy, we're going to have to put you on retainer, I think, because I think
Sounds
we
good.
all still need some constant direction. Thank you so much for all that you've done. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next agenda item because I think we could spend the whole board meeting talking about Nancy. So agenda item number 2, discussion and possible action on amendments to the personnel policy. Monica Wheelis, Human Resource Manager. And if you will please mute your phone, we're getting some feedback. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Monica?
Thank you. That's tough to follow all the kind words for Nancy, and I know staff echoes all of the board and all of the kind things that they said. We will miss Nancy. Truly, we will. She's been a great friend to each of us at the office, central office, and I know she has helped me tremendously also. The first agenda item we have with regard to business is amendments to the personnel policies. And each year we review the personnel policies and bring proposed changes to the board for consideration. A red line copy of these policies was included with your diligent materials, and I'll briefly run through them now. Sorry about that. We are proposing to add 3 new policies, primarily in response to the actions taken since COVID-19 began earlier this year. The intent of the first policy is to provide guidelines and expectations for employees who are authorized to telework. The second new proposed policy provides guidance on how the BRA will manage an employee or an applicant with a communicable disease, specifically that the BRA will not discriminate against anyone with a communicable disease. However, we will exclude an individual from the workplace and functions. All decisions will be based on current and well-informed medical information and will comply with applicable statutes and regulations. The third proposed new policy addresses mandated leave benefits, making a broad statement that the BRA will comply with all applicable federal and state legislatively mandated leave entitlements. And following this addition, we will need to renumber all subsequent policies in Section 18. All of the following changes are proposed revisions to existing policies. The first is language was added to policy 1.08 equal employment opportunity and policy 1.10 harassment to recognize statutory changes regarding discrimination against individuals based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. Language was added to policy 7.03, employee responsibilities and reports, to allow employees to contact either their supervisor or human resources to report concerns. We added that employees shall report concerns timely, that they must report if they have a communicable disease that poses a significant health risk to others, And we added that they must comply with all requirements imposed during the enactment of an emergency action plan. Language was added to the end of policy 8.03, drug and alcohol use, stating, although some hemp-derived or CBD products are no longer considered by the government to be controlled substances, the use of these products will not be an excuse for a positive drug screen. In policy 12.01, conflict resolution, we added sexual orientation and gender identity to the types of allegations that apply to the conflict resolution policy. In policy 12.02, request for conflict resolution, the policy did read that employees had 10 days following the initial complaint to submit their conflicts resolution form, and the proposed change will provide employees a full 10 days following their receipt of the form. And the last proposed change to the personnel policies is to add or administrative leave of absence to policy 18.17, termination of employment. This change will provide flexibility to assigning a final date of termination when an employee does not return to work after an administrative leave of absence. Are there any questions?
Seeing there are no questions, please read the resolution.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby approves the revisions to the Human Resources Policy Manual as presented at its October 26, 2020 meeting to be effective November 1, 2020.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
I so move to a motion. This is Director Boren.
Director Henderson with a second.
Please poll the board.
I'm sorry.
Presiding Officer Flores?
I made a motion unless somebody else beat me to it.
A motion was made by Director Boren and a second by Director Henderson.
Presiding Officer Flores?
Yes.
Director Tallis?
Yes.
Director Taylor?
Yes.
Director Abraham? Director Boren?
Yes.
Director Fernandez?
Yes.
Director Henderson?
Yes.
Director Huber?
Yes.
Director Crone?
Yes.
Director LaChance?
Yes.
Director Lattimore?
Yes.
Director Leslie?
Yes.
Director Lloyd?
Yes.
Director Luton?
Yes.
Director Rankin?
Yes.
Director Ruiz? Director Sanderson? Director Savage?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Yes.
Director Wilson?
Yes.
Director Yancey?
Yes.
Motion carried. Agenda item number 3, discussion and possible action on medical insurance by Monica Willis, Human Resource Manager.
This is an action item to request authorization for the general manager to execute all documents necessary to continue our health plan with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Last year, our insurance broker, Hub International, solicited for proposals for a medical plan, and Blue Cross Blue Shield was selected to continue to be our medical plan provider. This year, Hub was able to negotiate a 1% decrease in premiums with Blue Cross Blue Shield for the 2021 plan year with no design changes. During the last 5 years with Blue Cross Blue Shield, the BRA has had only a 2.4% total increase in premiums, which is quite phenomenal in this day and age. If there are no questions, I will read the resolution.
Seeing no questions, please read the resolution.
All right. Whereas the Brazos River Authority has maintained a relationship with Hub International, Hub in Paren, since 2015 to provide benefit consulting services. Whereas the Brazos River Authority has maintained a fully insured medical plan with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas since January 1, 2016. Whereas HUB negotiated a 1% decrease in premiums with Blue Cross Blue Shield for an approximate decrease of $28,000 for the 2021 plan year. And whereas the estimated cost of employer medical premiums for the 2021 plan year will not exceed $3 million, and the funds budgeted for medical premiums in FY 2021 are adequate to pay the medical premiums as quoted by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager, CEO, to enter into all agreements necessary to continue the relationship with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, to provide the Brazos River Authority a fully insured medical plan at the rates quoted for the 2021 plan year and within the financial parameters set forth in the FY 2021 budget.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
So
Director
moved.
Henderson, I make a motion to adopt.
Second, Director Huber.
There was a motion made by Director Henderson and second by Director Huber. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Abraham, Director Boren,
Yes.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz, Director Sanderson, Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
Yes.
Motion carried. Agenda item number 4, discussion and possible action on determination of interruptible water available for 2021 by Aaron Abel, Water Services Manager.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Directors. This is an item we bring to you each year in October to establish the amount of interruptible water that will be made available for the upcoming calendar year. Interruptible water is just that, it's interruptible. The availability is not guaranteed, and interruptible water is made available on a temporary basis only. Interruptible water is firm water that's left in storage within the reservoirs that is not used in the previous year. Firm water is the water that's available to long-term contracts and is based upon the firm yield of a reservoir or system of reservoirs. And that firm yield is defined as a maximum water volume a reservoir or system of reservoirs can provide each year under the repeat of the drought of record. The availability of interruptible water varies from year to year depending on weather and water usage. So in dry years, the firm use is higher, thus decreasing the amount of unused firm water left in storage or interruptible water. On the flip side, in wetter years, use is lower, allowing for more unused firm water that's left in storage. As we move forward into the future, use under long-term contracts will likely continue to rise as municipalities and industries grow. And this rise in firm water use will cause interruptible availability to decrease through time. And that'll take decades to happen. Interruptible water is sold at system rate, and the agricultural uses pay the ag rate for irrigation. I think for FY 2021, the system rate $79 per acre foot, and the ag rate is $55.30 an acre foot. We've been supplying interruptible water since 2008, and it's normally purchased. Interruptible water is normally purchased for ag or mining use, typically as backup insurance water. We have a procedure that outlines all the pertinent details with regard to interruptible water. The annual calculation methodology includes a safety factor established by the board. And the purpose of the safety factor is to ensure that interruptible contracts don't impact long-term contracts. So we have to be conservative in making interruptible water available in order to protect our long-term firm water customers. The recommended safety factor of 0.25 provides for a 75% margin of safety, and that's been used in every year since the inception of interruptible water back in 2008. Multi-year contracts get first priority on water that's made available. We did stop offering multi-year interruptible contracts in 2018, but there are still multi-year contracts in place, with the last of those to expire at the end of 2021. Interruptible water contracts contain a provision that allows BRA to suspend the use of water under those contracts if we reach stage 3 drought emergency conditions under the BRA drought contingency plan. And priority is given to requests of 1,000 acre feet and less when allocating the available interruptible water. And we have rules when requests exceed available interruptible water in certain areas. This is a graphic that summarizes the amount of interruptible water that's been offered, contracted, and used from 2008 through 2020. The blue bars are the amounts authorized by the board. The brown or orange bars are the amounts that were actually contracted for in each year. And then the green bars are the amounts that were actually used. 2011 drought was really a game changer. Almost all the interruptible water made available after that point has normally been contracted for every year. We do anticipate less 2021 interruptible water to be contracted this year based on the requests we've received thus far. And in most years, not much actually gets used as far as interruptible use due to what I said earlier. Customers typically purchase this for insurance purposes. This slide summarizes who our interruptible water customers are in this year in 2020, and shows a little more detail on which contracts expire and which ones carry over into next year. So we have a total of 75,969 acre feet of interruptible water under contract this year, and 58% of that is with Dow and Gulf Coast Water Authority. 2 of those contracts will expire at the end of 2020. And then we have 77 contracts with others that make up the remaining 42%. Of the 75,969 acre feet total, 37,024 acre feet is contracts that extend to the end of 2021. Those are those multi-year contracts, the last of the multi-year contracts that we have. So those that extend beyond 2020 will get priority, and the remainder will be offered to those requesting new contracts for 2021. This slide shows the numbers that result from our calculations for the availability of interruptible water as defined in our interruptible water sale procedure. And those are the numbers shown in the second column of this table. The amounts vary by location, so we break it down by different parts of the basin, but different subsystems. In total, the 2021 interruptible water calculation equals to 76,181 acre feet. And this is our recommendation today to the board. The middle column shows the amount of interruptible water that is under contract with customers that have contracts that extend through 2021. Those are the multi-years, and they'll have the priority on the water that's made available. And as I mentioned, they'll end at the end of 2021, the last of the multi-years. The last column in this table shows the remainder, the 39,157 acre feet that you get when you subtract the volume of the existing contracts from the total interruptible water calculated for 2021. This water will be offered to new requests received in this year's application process. So far, we've received a total of about 19,000 acre feet of new requests for 2021 interruptible water. And so we'll have about 20,000 acre feet of 2021 interruptible water left over that will be contracted on a first come, first served basis. If all of this water is contracted, the full amount, the 76,181, the potential revenue from 2021 interruptible water could be around $5 million. But it's important to note that this revenue is not guaranteed, so it has not been relied upon within the FY 2021 budget. We do have a resolution, but I can answer any questions that anyone has.
Aaron, this is Cynthia Flores. So you spoke about the application process there at the end. Is there a matrix that you use to determine who gets how much, or is it strictly on first come, first serve regarding the request?
Yeah, so we have an application process that, so we send out the applications essentially towards the end of June every year. And we receive those requests, and basically we look at what's available, and if it's available, those will, and then also obviously the multi-years. So there's really not a I guess a matrix, but the water sale procedure requires us to the availability, to calculate the availability, and then the requests are then basically we look at the availability and then the requests, and if there's water available in those sections and those subsystems, we can make that available. So this year we have the 37,000, a little over 37,000 acre feet of multi-years that we have to make available for those multi-years, those last in the multi-years, and then the remaining we get we go through the process, and it is a first come, first served basis on that, from that respect.
Are there any other questions?
Lattimore has a question.
This is Director Lattimore. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Aaron, the BRA has an agreement with the folks up at Possum Kingdom. I think that's going to have any effect on that. There are certain trigger levels, certain things that happen under that agreement. And since we're talking about interruptible water, the interruptible water really doesn't impact any of those water levels or triggers, does it?
Correct. You're talking about the PKLA settlement agreement, and there were some, basically all of the constraints in that agreement have been incorporated within the calculation. So there aren't specific trigger levels as far as lake levels are concerned in the interruptible calculation.
Right.
But the settlement agreement was incorporated as far as the firm yield is concerned with a PK with that system up in the upper basin. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hey, Aaron, this is Director Savage. So, on the graph, there was a big change from 2011. So the likelihood you would expect is that all of the interruptible water that we could provide for sale would be sold. Is that
Yeah. So, well, I mean, so this year I did mention that the requests were a little bit lower than what we typically have, and part of that, the oil and gas industry typically uses interruptible water, for their processes, throughout the basin, and there has been, obviously some impacts, over the last year or 7 months or so with the pandemic. So we did see some fall off in requests from the oil and gas industry, but we'll have basically 20,000 acre feet available on a first come, first served basis. And it may be that towards the first part of next year, we'll have folks that come to us and request water, and that's what we've typically done over the years. Is it's a first come first served basis. So hopefully we'll get that whole 20,000 acre feet contracted. But I think last year we ended up having about 4,000 acre feet of unused 2020 water that didn't get used or didn't get contracted. So hopefully we'll get some more requests for interruptible water.
I think it's fantastic, revenue source and certainly support it. And I was just wondering, because the last few years, you see the green bar, the actual use of it, and everybody's really counting their pennies. So I was just wondering if any of that had been, kind of factored in. Because like Dow, for example, they're probably cutting back on their production because of low demand. But anyway, I just thank you for clarifying those questions.
One of the other things that we want to point out, and it's something that Aaron said briefly on one of his slides, and that is just to begin to educate those users of interruptible water that over the next 10 to 20 years, this water supply is something that, again, will be more scarce based on the trends and the water that's actually used out of our reservoirs in each given year. So it's a wonderful opportunity to make some water available on a very short-term opportunity for ag and industry, and we hope to continue to do it as long as we can.
All right, thank you. Aaron, if you can go ahead and please read the resolution.
Yes. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby approves a safety factor of 0.25 for use in determining the amounts of interruptible water to make available in calendar year 2021. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager, CEO, to make up to 76,181 acre feet of interruptible water available in calendar year 2021.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
I move
Director
approval.
Wilson, I so move.
Seconded by Director Savage.
Not sure if you heard that, but it was Luton and Savage.
Somebody drop off?
Yeah, I'm running a check right now. I'm trying to see where everybody went.
Cynthia, can you hear us?
We can see her.
I'm still here.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Did you hear those motions?
I saw you motion.
Okay, so Luton motioned and Savage seconded it.
All right, thank you. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Bourne,
Freezing, but yes.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crum,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
Yes.
You missed me,
Who's me?
Director Ruiz.
Ruiz, Director Ruiz. Director
Yes.
Ruiz?
I
Okay,
vote yes.
all right, got it. Thank you.
All right, motion carries. Item number 5, discussion and possible action on authorization of professional services agreement for Lake Limestone Sterling C. Robertson Dam Hydrostatic Relief System Assessment and Sealing Basin Repairs by Brad Brunette, Lower Central Basin Regional Manager.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is an action item that we're going to be seeking authorization from you to enter an engineering services contract to provide or to assess and provide recommendations for repair or replacement of the hydrostatic pressure relief systems at Lake Limestone Sterling C. Robertson Dam. When we're talking about the hydrostatic pressure relief system, it's essentially a system that's designed and built into the dam when the dam was constructed that helps provide for the overall stability of the dam. The purpose of the system is essentially to control drainage and water pressure within the dam. So there's some seepage into all dams and through all dams, and the key is having it engineered so that that seepage is occurring and going in the places that are designed for it, and that's what the hydrostatic pressure relief system does. At Lake Limestone, there are basically 3 main components of this system within the dam. First of all, within the service spillway portion of the dam, and that's the section of the dam where the floodgates are located, and it's the concrete portion of the dam, if you will. The system there consists primarily of sand drains, some pressure relief wells, an underdrain system of perforated pipe drains with sand and gravel filters. And so going forward in the presentation, you'll hear me talking about sand drains and sand and gravel media. And a lot of these dams, they're actually designed with the use of natural media like that. So it's engineered in place strategically so that water naturally flows through these sand and gravel and rock formations that are designed and built within the dam. So you may hear or see some more of that as we move forward through the presentation. And then outside of the service spillway section, there are actually 2 earthen embankment sections of the dam that we refer to as the west and east embankments. And within these portions of the dam, there's a horizontal sand blanket that routes the seepage so that it can drain through and away from the dam. And on the east embankment side of the dam, that system is entirely comprised of sand and rock for the drainage there. There's not any pipe components within that east embankment system. On the west embankment of the dam, there's actually a sand blanket, but also a perforated collector pipe with 7 outlet pipes that drain away from that collector line. So it's really 3 different systems that we're looking at individually when we're talking about the hydrostatic pressure relief system at Lake Limestone. This slide here just gives you an overhead view of the dam and can kind of show you visually what I was talking about on the previous slide. If you can see my cursor here, this red box kind of in the middle shows a zoomed in portion of the spillway section of the dam. And this is the section of the dam that contains the pressure relief wells. There's some sand drains and an underdrain system that actually runs beneath the stilling basin here. So there's a matrix of perforated pipes and sand drains, if you will, that help take care of this concrete spillway portion of the dam. If you look down at the kind of the lower left, if you can see my cursor there, this is what we refer to as the west embankment over here. And if you look down toward the very bottom, you see 7 arrows that are kind of pointing up at that embankment. Those arrows are pointing at the drainage outlets of this system on the west embankment. So there are 7 of those outlets, and each of those outlets is connected to a 10-inch collector pipe that runs back up into the embankment. And then within the bottom of the embankment running parallel with the dam, there's another 10-inch collector pipe that's integrated within the sand there that collects the drainage coming through the dam and then routes it to each of these drainage outlets. On the right side of the service spillway, this is the east embankment section here, and you can see 6 of these arrows here that are denoting the location of the drainage outlets. On this side of the dam, there are no pipes built within the system. It's entirely made up of rock and sand and gravel to control and drain the seepage away from the dam. So that just kind of gives you a visual idea of what we're talking about. We have periodic inspections of the dams that we're required to do for TCEQ. We do annual inspections as well as a full 5-year inspection that we just are recently completing, the most recent 5-year inspection. And we've had other evaluations done on this hydrostatic system in the recent past. all of these evaluations have stated and have come to the conclusion that the systems are functioning as designed and are in good condition for their age, but they're all a little bit over 40 years of age now. And, you know, we've been talking for a while now about the age of our dams and work that we're going to need to do to maintain them. And so that's nothing different from what we're seeing here at Lake Limestone with this system. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead there. So we've had some recommendations for additional assessment work that's needed for these hydrostatic pressure relief systems to function safely into the future. And I've just got a bullet list of some of the major things that have been observed and that are noted that we need to take care of and address moving forward. There's some sediment and debris removal that's recommended from clean out drains in the Stilling Basin. We're also missing some drain covers that have been washed away during flood events through time. On the west embankment section of the dam, that's the section that I was talking about that has the collector pipe that drains the water away from the dam there. Some of that piping has deteriorated some, and the parallel pipe that's within the embankment is really difficult to see and to get a camera in. So it's difficult to assess what kind of condition that pipe is actually in. We've also got sediment buildup in some of our piezometers. And when I talk about a piezometer, that's basically an instrument within the dam that's used to monitor the pressure of the water within the dam by measuring the water surface in the piezometer. It's like a little pipe that goes down into the dam, and you can measure how deep the water level is, and that in turn helps you understand the pressure within the dam. We've had a couple of those piezometers that have had fluctuating water levels that we need to have a better understanding of what's causing that and what's going on there. And then with regard to the drainage outlets, again, there were 7 of those on the west embankment and 6 on the east. And the areas where those things drain to is really flat. That area below Lake Limestone is really flat, and when it gets wet, it gets really swampy back there. And the water doesn't have a good way to actually get away from the dam and to drain downstream. So we need to provide for some better drainage once that water exits those drainage outlets to get it away from the dam. We've had some flow differences as well in those different drainage outlets. Some of them flow regularly all the time, and others of them flow maybe intermittently or at lower flow levels. And so we need to have a better understanding of what's going on with that. And then in general, I think moving forward, we need a better way to monitor and assess these systems so that we can, basically tell that they're functioning correctly and as we want them to moving forward. They're difficult to see because a lot of it's underground, and it's just difficult to monitor and see how it's doing. So in order to address some of those issues that I just mentioned, we've gone through a request for proposal process, and we've selected Stantec to provide engineering services for this project to help us address some of these issues. Some of you may remember that we've got Stantec right now working for us at Lake Limestone on the Tanner Gate replacement project. And we're currently in the 95% design phase of that project, where we're replacing all 5 of our floodgates there. Our ultimate goal here for this project with the hydrostatic pressure relief system is basically to get these components repaired or replaced so that we can achieve an additional 40 years of safe service from them in the future, and potentially longer, depending on what we ultimately install and how we maintain it. We envision 3 phases for this project. Phase 1 would be to basically initially assess everything, evaluate, test, and develop and compare alternatives that will lead to repair or replacement recommendations. And so this phase 1 work is what we're seeking authorization from you today for. What we really envision, I suppose we won't know until we're through, but we're expecting some components of the system may be able to be repaired and rehabilitated in their current form, and there may be other elements of the system that we need to go in and completely replace. And so it's likely that we're going to end up with some combination of repair and replacement coming out of the back end of this project. Future phases will include engineering services for design and bidding, as well as construction phase services as we move further along into the project. This slide lists some of the major elements of the phase 1 work, and you'll see you're looking at this list. It's not just simply a desktop study or analysis that we're looking at here. There's going to be a substantial amount of field work to include topographic surveying, and also a significant amount of geotechnical boring work to collect geotechnical data from within the embankments, just to make sure that the embankments are still functioning as they were designed, or if they're not, what we would need to do to repair them. We'll ultimately be provided with some alternatives and recommendations for either repair or replacement that will include life cycle cost estimates so we can have a good idea of how we want to address these issues moving forward. Here you can see some of the financial information for the project. Our total budget that's been estimated for this project in past years is $5.1 million. However, this estimate is dated, and I suspect that when we get the phase 1 assessment work done that we're talking about today, we'll have a better handle on the ultimate cost once we know what the ultimate recommendations for repair and replacement are and what those costs look like in a little more detailed fashion. We've got $779,000 that's included for this project in the fiscal year 2021 budget that y'all adopted back in July. And so we've got money set aside to proceed. For this contract for phase 1, we're recommending approval of a not to exceed amount of $860,000 for the phase 1 engineering services. That work will begin this year in fiscal year 21, but it's going to be a 2-year process, so we won't complete it until FY 2022. And in the event we need a little bit more money beyond what we have budgeted in 2021, we'll be incorporating that into the budget for 2022 if in fact we need that additional amount. I think that's the last slide that I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions for you before I've also got a resolution prepared whenever you're ready to consider that.
Brad, this is Director Savage. I had a question about the monitoring. So you said a lot of it is underground, and in the security committee meeting, we're talking about better understanding cyber, so artificial intelligence and just the ability to monitor. Could you highlight any aspect of the project that enhances our ability to measure and monitor, the safety, security, and performance from an engineering standpoint?
Well, we've done some camera inspections of some of the pipes that are accessible, and there's one piece of pipe in the west embankment that we've had difficulty getting a camera into. And so one of the things that we've talked about with regard to moving forward, whatever the repair or replacement recommendations are, just essentially adding more physical access for us to be able to get cameras in and instruments in to monitor these things. In terms of specifically what that will look like ultimately, I don't have a perfect idea of what the ultimate answer is going to look like. But with regard to just being able to monitor and better observe and measure some of the pressures and things like that of the dam moving forward, I think it's recognized that we need a better system than what was designed into the dam originally.
Thank you. I know there's smart pigs. I'm familiar with that technology from my career. They can get in. I don't know what the diameter of that pipe is, but there's tremendous information and greater ability for much more data to be collected through those. So I would certainly recommend and support those kinds of improvements. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Brad? Brad, can you read the resolution, please?
Yes. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager / CEO to negotiate and execute a contract with Stantec Consulting Services for engineering services associated with the assessment, subsequent design and bidding, and resulting construction activities as required to maintain and extend the service life of the Lake Limestone Sterling C. Robertson Dam hydrostatic pressure relief systems. And be it further resolved that the fee for engineering services associated with the initial assessment, parentheses, phase 1, shall not exceed $860,000, and engineering fees for subsequent phases of the project, including design, bidding, and construction, will be presented to the Brazos River Authority Board of Directors for future consideration.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
I move that we adopt.
I'll move.
Okay. Help me out. Say your name.
David Savage.
Who made that motion?
I think I made the motion. This is Director Savage, Cynthia.
Thank you. Motion made by Director Savage, second by
Director Leslie.
Thank you. Second made by Director Leslie. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Abraham, Director Boren,
Yes.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz,
Yes.
Director Sanderson, Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
Yes.
Motion carried. Item number 6, discussion and possible action on Possum Kingdom Lake Spillway Pump and Piping by Mike McClendon, Upper Basin Regional Manager. And if y'all can mute your phones, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Flores, members of the board. Good morning. With this presentation, we're seeking to obtain the board's authorization to carry out a condition assessment of an existing pump and water line up at Possum Kingdom. We're also seeking for the engineering firm to provide design repairs or modifications to that pump, as well as contract administration and engineering services. The existing spillway pump, which you can see is located on the bottom photograph right here, was taken out of service as part of a prior project. It needs a condition assessment due to its lack of use over that time. The pump is primarily used to supply pressurized water to the underside of the gate chambers to help raise the gates during lower reservoir conditions. And here's a photograph. You can see my cursor. This is a portion of the pipeline that was repaired recently. And you can see the water will come in this pipeline, and then it's moved upwards into the gate chamber. Obviously, raising and lowering gates during low reservoir operations is not very commonplace, at elevations 995 or below. However, we do need to test our gates occasionally, and this project would help augment the reservoir head pressures. So this is a photograph of inside of the gate chamber at Possum Kingdom. So when we raise a gate or lower a gate, or when we raise a gate at Possum Kingdom, the downstream sluice gate is closed, and then the upstream inlet gate is opened, allowing water to flood into the gate chamber. So water will slowly rise, and it'll push up these gate leafs that you can see here. What this project is doing with that pressurized water, it would come in about this location right here, and it just augments the head pressure of the lake and helps push those gates up further. It's kind of like a weightlifter trying to get his last rep out, and the spotter just provides a little extra boost. That's kind of what this is. Also associated with this project, there's 2 pipelines. Brazos River Authority will need to install additional piping to a few of the gate chambers to allow us to supply water and utilize those pumps. In addition, you can see the Texas Parks and Wildlife has a fish hatchery down here below the dam. The BRA provides water to that fish hatchery via gravity-fed line. And if you can see my cursor, it starts in about this location, and it travels down. This green line here is our property line. The pipeline then moves on to an existing easement, and then on to Texas Parks and Wildlife hatchery. An initial assessment of that pipeline was conducted, and it appears that it has a long continued service life expectancy. It's a PVC pipe, and it looked to be in good condition. We intend to look at it a little bit further, but we expect it to be in good condition. With this agenda item, we're also seeking to obtain a interlocal agreement with the Texas Parks and Wildlife. Like I said, we're going to assess that line in a little bit greater detail, but any repairs to that line would be part of the Texas Parks and Wildlife's responsibility. So to summarize the project, Brazos River Authority staff selected KCI to perform the engineering assessment of the pump and design any repairs or recommendations for a new pump. KCI will also design the new piping to the gate chambers to facilitate use of the refurbished pump or a new pump. And then Brazos River Authority and Parks and Wildlife would execute an interlocal agreement, and part of that component of that interlocal agreement would be that the BRA would maintain the ability to provide water to the fish hatchery throughout the project. KCI's fees for services, approximately $690,000 for the assessment, design, contract administration, and construction engineering services. Staff has added an additional 10%. You can see that reflected here. It's about $70,000 to address any unforeseen expenditures. The proposed schedule for services is going to span 2 fiscal years or 2 fiscal budget cycles. The BRA has appropriated approximately $890,000 in fiscal years 21 and 22 to facilitate project completion. As you can see here, I do have a resolution for your consideration. However, I can address any questions that you might have at this time.
Are there any questions for Michael McClendon? I hear no questions. Please read your resolution.
Yes, ma'am. The following resolution is presented for consideration to the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority for adoption at its October 26, 2020 meeting. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager, CEO, to negotiate and execute a contract with KCI Technologies, Inc. to provide engineering services for the Possum Kingdom Lake Spillway Pump and Piping Project in an amount not to exceed $762,000. And be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager, CEO, to execute an interlocal agreement with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to facilitate this project.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
Lattimore moves approval.
Motion made by Director Lattimore, second
Crone
by,
seconds. Crone will second it.
thank you, Director Crone. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Boren,
Yes.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz,
Yes.
Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
Yes.
Motion carried. Item number 7, discussion and possible action on Upper Basin Lake Granbury reinforced concrete components by Mike McClendon, Upper Basin Regional Manager.
Thank you again, Presiding Officer Flores, members of the board. This project seeks to obtain the board's approval to assess 2 buttresses and their associated training walls at Lake Granbury. The project is part of a monitoring effort as a part of our normal monitoring processes that we carry out at all our reservoirs. I do caveat anytime I talk about anything structurally related. We have had structural engineers on site. They've conducted a general assessment of the buttresses and the training walls, and they do not believe that these components pose a dam safety issue. So I wanted to kind of state that up front. This project will focus on the outermost buttresses, buttresses 1 and 44, and their associated embankment training walls adjacent to the north and to the south embankments respectively. So you have on the north side here, buttress 44 in this general area, and then the training wall. And then over here, if you can see my cursor, buttress 1 and the associated training wall. There's been some settlement and delamination at the construction joints at these areas. What's been speculated is that the buttresses which lie or sit on solid bedrock foundation have remained stable, while the training wall, which lies on compacted fill, may have settled over the 50-year life of the project. So our engineering consultant, Brad mentioned, engineering consultants typically review our dams every 1 to 5 years, and then periodically throughout. But our engineering consultant recommended that a more thorough assessment of this be conducted to confirm that speculation about the settlement and determine if anything needs to be done. It's quite possible that we would just continue to monitor the situation, but a more thorough assessment of the situation does need to occur. So to follow the engineer's recommendations, our intent is to conduct a structural assessment of both the buttresses and the training walls. Task 1 will be to conduct a preliminary assessment and engineering analysis using assumptive values and properties. And when I say assumptive values or properties, we're applying, or the engineer will apply, values or calculations of what we expect the condition or the strength of the concrete is over a 50-year period over this time, or what we expect the strength of the rebar is over this time. And additionally, or what we expect the soil material properties are. What's their porosity, what's their texture, what's their structure. If the engineer is confident of the findings after this task 1 and they're favorable, we could stop at this phase of the project and terminate the remaining task and the associated costs. However, if additional information is necessary, we would proceed to task 2. Task 2 is a testing phase, and task 2 is going to be very similar to the Castle project, but on a much smaller scale. The firm would perform destructive and non-destructive testing. So we would do things like ground penetrating radar, a survey, soil borings would be conducted, also concrete borings, and then you'd have a subsequent analysis of those material properties through a lab. And then upon completion of that testing phase, Walter P. Moore would then provide a detailed engineering report. That's the firm that we're looking at providing these services. So to summarize the scope of services for this project, task 1 is going to use existing data and then assumptive properties. If we move to task 2, it will consist of testing, which then removes those assumptive properties, and then it provides actual data related to the material properties for analysis. So then you actually have real data instead of assumptions. And then task 3, Walter P. Moore, the engineering firm, would then take the testing data, the observations, their calculations, and analysis, and provide a detailed engineering report of their findings. They would have conceptual recommendations for repairs, as well as an opinion of probable cost, and then the associated risk of those recommendations for repairs. The FY21 budget approved for this component of the project, we have approximately $998,000 with additional funding in subsequent years if required. The negotiated fee for services with the engineering consultant was $668,000. Again, you can see here in the resolution, I've added about another 10% to address any unforeseen issues that might arise during the evaluation processes. I do have a resolution, as you can see, for your consideration. However, I will address any questions that you'd have at this time as well.
Any questions? Hearing there are no questions. Mike, if you'll read the resolution.
Yes, ma'am. The following resolution is presented for consideration to the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority for adoption at its October 26, 2020 meeting. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager, CEO, to negotiate and execute a contract with Walter P. Moore to perform engineering services for the reinforced concrete component project at Day Cordova Bend Dam in an amount not to exceed $735,000.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
Director Luton moves to approve.
Director Huber, second.
Who made the motion to begin with?
Luton.
Motion made by Director Luton, a second by Director Huber. Please call the roll.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Boren,
Yes.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crum.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore.
Yes. Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz, Director Sanderson, Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
Yes.
The motion carries. I would like to thank the board members, those as well as the staff for putting those presentations together. As you know, maintaining our dam structure and keeping the maintenance on those properties are utmost a priority and critical to the BRA. So thank you for all of the work, to the staff for bringing those to our attention and really giving a good outline and explanation and diagrams of all of that. Water is very complicated, as you know. Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 8, discussion and possible action on designation of Records Management Officer by Matt Phillips, Legislative and Governmental Affairs Manager.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. This will be a relatively quick one. All local governments are required to designate a records management officer by statute. We have been very fortunate for a number of years to have Debbie Ewing serve as our records management officer. Debbie has done an outstanding job as BRA's records administrator in managing our central files and records. And a good thing for Debbie, but a bad thing for us, is Debbie is planning on retiring in December after 20 years with BRA. She has been just a wonderful employee to work with and has done such a great job managing our records. We're going to miss her, but we're very fortunate in that we have another very capable and very outstanding employee in Susan Trammell, who has worked in central files and records alongside Debbie and is going to step into Debbie's shoes as our records administrator, basically giving us a very seamless transition in the management of our central files and records. And so what this resolution does is to officially designate Susan Trammell as our records management officer. So it's really a pretty simple thing, and I'm happy to answer any questions, or I can read the resolution.
Seeing there are no questions, please read the resolution.
The following resolution is presented for consideration to the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority for adoption at its October 26, 2020 meeting. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the designation of Susan Trammell as Records Management Officer for the Brazos River Authority. Notification of this designation will be communicated in writing to the State Library in accordance with the applicable provisions of Chapter 203 Local Government Code.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
Director Henderson, I move to approve.
A motion was made by Director Henderson and a second by
Lattimore.
Director Ruiz.
Director Ruiz.
What's your name?
Carrie Bourne.
Okay, it'll be a few minutes. I have a patient that's scheduled right now, so.
I think somebody's at the drive-through.
In 40.
Okay.
Okay, a motion was made by Director Henderson and a second by Director Ruiz. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Boren,
Yes.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz,
Yes.
Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item number 9, report and possible discussion on legislative update by Matt Phillips, Legislative and Governmental Affairs Manager.
Okay, let me move to the next slide. Give it just a second. So I'm going to try to give some sort of preview as to what's going to go on next session. And probably the general comment I would make is that I haven't a clue. And if you were to ask anyone and they tell you anything other than that, they're lying to you. Nobody really knows kind of how this next session is going to go. I think that, you know, I've been around a lot of them in my time working with the legislature. I've never seen one clouded with as much uncertainty as this one, for some obvious reasons. You know, COVID will have an impact on session, but what that will look like, we don't really know. And that impact will be just beyond, you know, obviously the policy issues. It'll just be the logistical issues. You know, how exactly is the legislature going to meet? Are they going to meet continuously for the 140 days? Are they going to maybe meet for a week or two and then break for a week or two to try to, you know, address any issues with spread of COVID within the Capitol? How is the outside world going to interact with the legislature, given that the Capitol right now is close to the public? So what exactly will everything look like is just so unknown right now. Every session is different, obviously, but they all generally have the same pattern or same kind of flow. But I don't see that with this one, and I don't think anyone else does, because nobody really knows what's going to happen. You add to that some additional uncertainties that in a normal time and during a normal session would make things uncertain. It's even more up in the air. And you look at the fact that the House is obviously going to have new leadership. That new leadership could be from a different party, depending on the results of the November election. Nobody really knows kind of what will happen with that. So there's some more uncertainty added to that. Then you get into the policy issues, the effects of COVID on the budget. What will the revenue estimate look like? Will the legislature be able to, you know, cut its way to a budget or even agree on a budget, given that that's the only thing constitutionally that they're required to do? So how will they be able to do that, given the effects of COVID on the state economy? And then add on top of all that, as if that wasn't enough, this is a redistricting session. And that alone in a normal session is enough to just completely dominate the entire 140 days. So they have to do that as well. Will they be able to accomplish that within the 140 days, given how they may have to meet? It's just so difficult to say right now with all of the different things that are up in the air prior to the beginning of session. So I go back to the only thing certain right now is uncertainty. It's really the only way that you can describe going into the legislative session right now. Looking at water-related interim charges, which is something I kind of do in October, is to walk you all through the interim charges that the committees we follow most closely are studying. I want to take a couple of steps back and say a couple things about the process. One, normally the committees would be having actual hearings. They'd be meeting, they'd be taking testimony from trade associations, from the public, from outside entities, from groups like us, just to provide them input on their charges. They're obviously not doing that right now because they're not having hearings at all. The Capitol is shut down to the public. So what many of the committees have done in order to have an actual interim process is to solicit written input from the public and from different associations or interest groups on their different charges. And I'm assuming what they will try to do is take that written input and use it kind of as public testimony and use that input to draft their interim reports to inform the next session. So obviously that's a way that things look really differently than they normally do, because normally you're having actual hearings where you're taking testimony. The other point to make is that all of these interim charges were developed pre-COVID. So all of the things that the committees are looking at were developed before everything kind of shut down and the Capitol shut down. So what that means is this list of things that the committees are looking at to maybe work on next session is probably unrealistic at this point, given how the legislature is going to look and given how much they'll probably be able to get done. This session is already being termed as the COVID session. So what the one little bit of communication that those of us on the outside are getting from the inside is, if your group or your association or your organization had a list of priorities, it would be best if you whittled that list down to one really important thing, and probably expect not to get that one done either. So again, as you look at this list of things that the legislature will be looking at, you have to apply a blanket of reality to it, that the odds of them getting much of it done are really pretty slim. Looking at this list, one of the things that the committees always do in the interim is look at bills they passed last session and see how they're moving forward. Probably the two biggest on this list are in that first bullet, and that's flood planning and funding. This last session was the session post Hurricane Harvey, so it was very heavy on flood-related legislation as it relates to water. And in terms of how that is moving forward, the Water Development Board has aggressively pursued both of those things. They are already accepting applications from local governments for flood-related funding, both for things like mapping and infrastructure. So the funds that the legislature set aside for flood funding are being used and distributed, or at least being applied for right now. In terms of flood planning, the legislature passed basically a bill requiring the Water Development Board to create a statewide flood planning process that will look very similar to the statewide water planning process, where the state will be divided up into regions. Those regions will locally develop a regional flood plan that will then, all of those will be cobbled together into the state flood plan. In terms of that moving forward, the Brazos has been, the different regions have been approved by the Water Development Board. The Brazos Basin will be divided into two regions, the upper and the lower. And BRA has already had our two representatives on the upper and the lower approved. Mike McClendon will represent BRA on the upper Brazos, and then I will be BRA's representative on the lower Brazos. And those different regions are beginning to start having their meetings. I know that I have my first one on Friday. So that flood planning process is already kicking off and is moving forward. Another one on this list that we were closely associated with was the WAM updates, water availability model updates. The legislature both directed TCEQ to update water availability models and also provided funding for them to do so during this last session. Water availability models are important because those are the models that TCEQ uses to decide how much water is available for permitting in a given basin. And so one of the first ones they're going to look at doing is the Brazos. And so we are kind of following that process in terms of where TCEQ is on updating the Brazos WAM leading into this next year. We know that that's something they're working on. They've chosen engineers to start that process, and we're kind of waiting to hear where they are at that point. I'm trying to click.
Are there any questions for Matt?
Sorry, I'm moving fast. Yeah, I'm happy to answer. Please interrupt me. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, other water-related interim charges, kind of the first bullet and the last bullet are almost tied together, and that's really the implementation of the state water plan and how do you incentivize the implementation of these large regional projects that are in the plan. So basically, a plan's great, but you can't drink a plan. How do we begin the process of actually implementing those large projects? Surface water and groundwater interaction is one the legislature will continue to look at. It's one that we've looked at on the Brazos in terms of the Brazos River alluvium and the effect that surface water use or groundwater use has on the other. River authority infrastructure is a really important topic for the legislature, and one that they began looking at the end of last session, given some issues with dams both in Texas and in other states. And as you've seen by these last few agenda items, it's something that we as an organization take very seriously, as the chair mentioned. We have already gotten an opportunity to provide some written input to the Senate Water and Rural Affairs Committee, where they basically asked for an overview of our dam maintenance program and our future plans to spend additional resources to maintain our dams. We think that's an area where We do a very good job, and it was a very good opportunity for us to at least lay out, here's what we as an organization do. We have a revenue source that we use to maintain our infrastructure, and we'll continue to do so in the future because it's important to us. Some of the most important water that we have is water that we already have behind our dams, and we need to maintain that. Groundwater regulatory framework, that one never seems to go away. Our groundwater district's the proper framework for regulating groundwater in Texas, so that's one I think they'll continue to look at probably for the rest of all of our lives, if I had to guess. Any questions on any of those?
Hey, Matt, this is Director Savage. I don't know if this is covered somewhere else, but is the sunset review that we're going through, is that related in your remarks here, or is that a separate item?
It's my next slide.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No worries. So our sunset review, we're at the point in our sunset review process where we are kind of wrapping up our day-to-day interaction with the Sunset Commission staff. And the process of drafting a sunset report is in process, so that's moving forward. Once a final report is issued from the staff, which I believe will be sometime in November, what will happen then is there will be a hearing before the Sunset Commission in December or January. And I've left these timelines kind of broad because, again, with uncertainty, we don't really know exactly how all that will work. But in December or January, we will have what's called our report hearing. And that's where the commission, which is the body that's made up of representatives from the House and Senate and 2 public members, will get an overview of our report, and we'll take testimony from us and others on our report. Then in January or February, they will have what's called the decision hearing, which is where they adopt the recommendations from that report. And they do have the opportunity to add additional recommendations to that report. Once that happens, you'll have what's called your sunset bill. And that's basically the piece of legislation that makes any statutory changes that were recommended in the sunset report. And that will be, just like any other bill, it'll be drafted, it'll be filed before the legislature, it'll have committee hearings and kind of go through that whole process. And obviously, like we would with any piece of legislation that affects us, we'll monitor and be part of the deliberations on that as it moves forward. Yes, sir, Director Sam.
So with the enhanced importance, because of the new state flood control planning, I would think that the river authorities would have even greater importance since they're going to be looking at flooding from a basin-wide. So would that be added in the sunset bill if they were going to recharter the river authorities, responsibilities? Is that how it would come about?
If they were going to do that, I don't know that they would use the BRA sunset bill as a vehicle for that, because the BRA sunset bill is specific to BRA. So they would only be looking at just us. If they were to try to revamp river authorities' role in flooding statewide generally, again, I don't think our sunset bill would be a vehicle for that. It doesn't mean that it's not something that would be discussed, but right now I don't see that being part of our sunset bill.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because again, that bill is specific to us. It's not really a statewide. Any changes made in that bill are made to our enabling statutes as opposed to, river authorities broadly or the water code or anything like that.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Matt?
Yes, I have a question for Matt.
Yes, sir.
Director Leslie.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to the groundwater issue, do you perceive that the state has any interest in controlling all the groundwater?
No, I don't. I perceive they have an interest in talking about it. I don't perceive they have an interest in actually doing it. There's always been the back and forth over should groundwater be regulated locally or should it be a shared state resource like surface water? And Texas is different in that it does treat those two differently from a regulatory standpoint. And so I think you're always going to have that conflict. But do I think that the legislature will make the move to completely, in any way, create state control or ownership of groundwater? No, I don't. I think that they will, over time, make tweaks to the powers of groundwater districts and what they can and can't regulate and how they regulate it. But I don't think you'll see any sort of large-scale change like that. Not at least not in our time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
Thank y'all.
At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. It is 10:30 right now. It is 10:30 right now. We'll come back at 10:35. Thank you. of 10:38.
Okay. Presiding Officer Flores,
Here.
Director Hallis,
Here.
Director Taylor,
Here.
Director Boren, Director Fernandez,
Here.
Director Henderson,
Here.
Director Huber,
Here.
Director Crone,
Here.
Director LaChance,
Here.
Director Lattimore,
Here.
Director Leslie,
Here.
Director Lloyd,
Here.
Director Luton,
Here.
Director Rankin,
Here.
Director Ruiz, Director Savage,
Here.
Director Smith,
Here.
Director Wilson,
Here.
Director Yancey,
Here.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 10. Okay, do I have feedback?
You sound good to me, Cynthia.
Okay, we were working on my
We
microphone
can see
during
you.
the break, so I was making sure. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 10, discussion and possible action on Aqua Strategies Phase 2 contract to support the system operations permit by Tiffany Malzahn, Environmental and Compliance Manager.
Morning, everyone. This project and my next item, and some items later to come in the year from Aaron Abel, are much like the Muscle Project, and they're results of a marathon of effort. Studies dating back to the 1960s indicated that there is more firm water in the basin if you could coordinate reservoir and river supplies. And in the 97, when they first passed and started to develop the WAMs, that gave us the ability to actually assess that and prove up that theory. And out of that effort, okay, there we go, came the idea for the system operation permit, which was formulated and brought to the board in April of 2003 for the permission to pursue that permit with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. So while we made our initial filing in 2003, it wasn't till November of 2016 to a permit was issued. And in that time, there was a lot of negotiation and a lot of work that went into developing the permit and the associated water management plan. When we received that permit, that's granted us the access and right to use 106,000 acre feet of long-term firm water, which is equated to approximately $7.3 million per year based on the FY 2021 water rates. A major component of that permit was the requirement to write and develop a water management plan to kind of be the roadmap of how we will operate this system and use the water granted in the permit. This WMP must be updated at a minimum of every 10 years and resubmitted to TCQ for consideration, and our first update will be due in November of 2026. Items that it must include are the accounting and delivery plan, environmental flow conditions, that comply with the TCQ adopted environmental flow standards. In the middle of that marathon, there were also some regulatory changes that caused revisions and some changes in direction also. Maximum diversion rates and a method to determine the amount of firm and non-firm water available at any location. As part of the negotiations with a variety of entities, during the permitting process, we entered into a memorandum of understanding with Parks and Wildlife in 2011, in which we agreed that we would work together to protect and maintain the environmental health of the basin, and the Parks and Wildlife would agree to support the environmental flow requirements in the permit. Due to the passing of TCQ environmental flow standards that were a result of the Senate Bill 3 efforts in 2014, that negated some of the items in the 2011 MOU with parks. So we renegotiated in 2014 that MOU and agreed to perform 8 baseline environmental studies at 8 locations in the basin where TCQ had adopted environmental flow standards, and do some assessments on Aquila Creek. Aquila Creek was originally one of the sites in the 2011 MOU, and we'd already gotten over 50% complete, so it just made sense to go ahead and finish those studies. And TPWD may also perform studies at 7 other locations in the basin that were not included in the environmental flow standards. And again, they would agree to support the items in our permit. These baseline studies are very flow specific. We have to hit those target flows in the environmental flow standards and then race out and complete the work. That's proven to be difficult. When we started, we were in drought and we were able to hit all our drought condition flows that we needed to on most of our sites. And then we got wet, and we've been wet since 2015, and that has significantly hindered our ability to complete, especially some of the in-stream components in the lower basin, the Navasota, some of the higher flood levels. But what we committed to was 15 macroinvertebrate mussel and fish assessments with habitat mapping at each site, and 5 riparian tree survey channel cross sections, and sediment sample collection and analysis. These are all pretty labor intensive efforts and cover, well, it looks like a single discrete point that can cover up to a mile stretch of the river to complete these protocols. The Aqua Strategies contract was executed in 2016, and we did it at the time as a 2-phase contract, where we would come back when we got ready for phase 2 to the board to seek approval to authorize moving forward. So far, what they have done for us is helped us develop the environmental flow protocols for our studies, and they supported final permit decisions, some of the last water management plan revisions, and help us with the 2014 MOU execution of those studies. Completed within phase 1. First, it came in under budget. They developed our flow, an environmental flow achievement report, which is also a requirement in the system operations permit. And they helped us develop the field protocols we use. Environmental flows are kind of a new thing. And at the time, there were no standardized protocols. With water quality, we have 30 years of protocol development to follow. So it was essentially something we had to develop on our own. And they help us complete those baseline studies to hit as many sites, because when you get the flows, what we've learned over the last several years is the right flows hit 3 segments at once. And there's just no way with my crew of 5 to hit everywhere we need. So where Aqua Strategies really helps is they bring in extra field scientists to help us complete those studies. And we can do that with them much more cost effectively than if we hired all those additional bodies in-house. Just to give you an idea of what we've completed to date, Jalapeno is complete. Aquila Creek is almost complete. We've made progress on some of the other sites, and on the Little River sites, we are still trying to find the sweet spot of landowner permission to cross private property, and also spots where we can actually safely get a boat into the water to do the work. And that's proving to be a little tricky, but we're hoping we will find that right combination of location and landowner permissions in this coming year. The phase 2 task would be to continue to provide us assistance with those baseline flow study data collection efforts. Now that they've developed the methodology for completed environmental flows achievement report, train staff to complete that in-house. And then we have, those are 2 firm tasks. Then we have two less firm tasks that are somewhat situational. The Senate Bill 3 environmental flow standards are also due for revision in 2024. Should TCEQ choose to reopen them, the bill allowed for a 10-year adaptive management review, and then also we'll need to begin work soon on our water management application for reconsideration. Out of those, both efforts have the potential for public involvement, public comment. Water management plan has the opportunity for the SOA process. So Aqua Strategies, if we need environmental flows modeling or some of the other things we can't do in-house, they will also be waiting for those, and those situations may occur or they may not. Until we get into those processes, we just don't know what level of effort we'll need. So for phase 1, it was $675,000, and we completed all our tasks within budget. Phase 2 will be multi-year starting 2021, and we anticipate running through 2030. It is a not to exceed of $950,000. We anticipate the firm tasks of the field data assessment and some training to be a similar expense to phase 1 at $675,000, with the remaining $275,000 to be utilized only if it's necessary to support environmental flow standards, adaptive management review activities, or water management plan reconsideration issues. So the total contract over both phases is not to exceed $1,625,000. And I have a resolution for consideration if there's no questions.
Any questions for Tiffany? Please read the resolution, Tiffany.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager, CEO, to execute an amendment authorizing Phase 2 of the Aqua Strategies Incorporated contract for support for environmental flow initiatives related to the system operation permit and water management plan.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
I move that we adopt the resolution as written. Director Savage?
Director
Motion
Taylor.
made by Director Savage, second by
Director Taylor.
Director who?
Taylor.
Thank you. Second made by Director Taylor. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Boren,
Yes.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz,
Yes.
Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Chancey.
Yancey? Yeah,
Yes.
that's me.
Sorry.
Yes.
Chancey, sorry.
Not a problem. I've been called worse.
All right, thank you.
Motion carried. Moving on to agenda item number 11, discussion and possible action on Texas Parks and Wildlife Department interlocal agreement for Reservoir Fisheries Project by Tiffany Malzahn, Environmental and Compliance Manager.
Yes, this is another result of the system operations permit. There we go. My computer seems to have a bit of a delay today. Within the water management plan and the permit was the requirement to develop some operational guidelines to manage the impact of water level fluctuations in the reservoirs on the reservoir fisheries. At the time this item came about, we were in the middle of a pretty significant drought and our reservoirs were being drawn upon heavily to provide water supply through the drought. And there was some concern expressed on how this permit would impact our reservoirs, and this was one of the items placed on us. We partnered with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Inland Fisheries Division to help us assess the reservoirs, develop the unique thresholds below which the fishery habitat would be significantly impacted. And then it also required a requirement to work with Parks and Wildlife to mitigate the effects of prolonged low water levels should a similar drought happen again. Just to give an idea of the results of the study, this is 3 views of Lake Proctor. This first one in the green line is top of conservation pool, and we went through with Parks and Wildlife and mapped the available habitat for key fishery functions of forage, nursery functions, cover, and the real things that help keep a reservoir fishery going. And so when we were completed with that survey, we had the yellow line represents the water level at which below that you lose a lot of those key habitat support features for reproductive support and recruitment support. And then this is our lowest elevation, the third map during 2011. You can see we were significantly below that. Excuse me. One thing that's key is a one-time short duration fall below this yellow line isn't too problematic. It's if we have 3 years or more below that level, you can start to see the fishery collapse because they're not able to reproduce. And so we got lucky in the 2011 drought that the rain came before we hit that 3-year amount, but it was pretty close in some areas. And so what we've agreed to do and how we can improve that habitat in those deeper waters where there's not the native grasses and bushes and items that fish normally use is to essentially insert artificial habitat structures in deeper water. So if the water levels decline again, there is structure there for those the fish to rely on and continue all their life cycle functions. Each reservoir has a little bit of a different recipe for structures based on what type of fish that it supports, and we've worked those plans out with Parks and Wildlife. And Parks has been great. They have done the bulk of the effort as far as actually putting these structures out for us. In 2016, we entered our first interlocal agreement with Parks and Wildlife to help install these installations and help select the strategy for each reservoir. Initial installations were performed in 2016 through 2019. They were really well received by the lakeside communities, the recreational fishermen communities, and even on some of the core reservoirs, the lake managers found some additional funds to help further support some habitat development. They liked the idea so much. Fortunately, 2020 and disruptions from COVID, we weren't able to complete any installations this year. But given how successful it has been and how well received, we'd like to continue that partnership with Parks and Wildlife and hopefully proactively mitigate future impacts when the next drought comes. It's in the first MOU, we spent $15,000 per year, and that covered improvements at 3 lakes each year. That seemed to be a very manageable and appropriate amount. I don't think we need to increase that for any reason, and I'd like to propose entering another MOU for fiscal year 2021 through 2026. Are there any questions before I read a resolution?
There are no questions, Tiffany. Please read the resolution.
All right. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager, CEO, to execute an interlocal agreement with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to perform fisheries habitat improvement on BRA system reservoirs.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
Director Crone moves the.
There was a motion made by Director Crone and a second made by
Director Leslie.
Director Leslie. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Boren,
Yes.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz,
Yes.
Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item number 12, discussion and possible action on Administrative and Audit Committee selection of investment advisor by David Thompson, Chief Financial Officer, and Director Huber.
Good morning. I'd like to give you a little background on this agenda item before we get started here. Currently, the investment advisor we have is Valley View Consulting, and they're in their 6th years of their contract. Their contract is for 2 years with two-year renewals. The board policy requires that we get approval for each of those 2-year renewals, which we did. Also, it requires that every 6 years we go out for solicitation, which we did in August. We had 7 firms respond back. BRS staff narrowed it down to 3 qualified groups. I had each of those firms give a 30-minute presentation to the Administrative and Audit Committee. The chairman is Director Hubert. At this part of the agenda, I'll turn this over to Director Hubert. After that, I'll have a resolution to read. I'll turn it over to you, Director Hubert. Director Hubert.
Sorry, I was muted, I believe. The Administration and Audit Committee met on October 16th to listen to the presentations from the 3 investment advisory firms. All members of the committee were in attendance: Vice Chairman Bill Rankin, Directors Gary Boren, Judy Crone, Ellen Sanderson, and myself. Also participating in the meeting were Presiding Officer Cynthia Flores, Assistant Presiding Officer Jeff Tallis, and Secretary Ford Taylor. After listening to each firm's presentation, we had an opportunity to ask them questions. And after all 3 had presented, we discussed the pros and cons of each firm's proposal. We believe that any one of the 3 would have been a good choice. However, after deliberating, we discussed the fact that one firm, Valley View Consulting LLC, has been consulting with the BRA for the past 6 years and was very familiar with our very conservative investment policy. Also, David Thompson and his team have a good working relationship with them. They're comfortable with them. They have built trust with them, and they've been very pleased with their work on our behalf. So therefore, we as a committee unanimously decided that Valley View was our first choice. We selected Patterson and Associates LP second and Hilltop Securities Asset Management LLC as third. So we have a motion for your consideration, but first I'll entertain any questions you might have.
No questions, Director Huber.
Say again?
I hear no questions.
Okay, I'll turn it back over to Chief Financial Officer David Thompson to read the resolution.
Thank you. Be it hereby resolved that the Administrative and Audit Committee recommends to the Board of Directors of Brazos River Authority adoption of the following proposed resolution. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Brazos River Authority hereby authorize the General Manager CEO to negotiate and execute a contract for the investment advisor services in the best interest of Brazos River Authority with Valley View Consulting LLC for a 2-year period with the options of 2 extensions for the total of 6 years. In the event that the staff is unable to successfully negotiate a contract with Valley View Consulting LLC, the Board of Directors authorizes staff to negotiate a contract with Patterson Associates LP. In the event the staff is unable to successfully negotiate a contract with Patterson Associates LP, the Board of Directors authorize the staff to negotiate a contract with Hilltop Security Asset Management LLC.
You have heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
Director Luton, I move to approve.
Director
Motion.
Henderson, second.
Motion made by Director Luton, second by Director Henderson. Please pull the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Boren,
Yes.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz, Director Ruiz, Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
Yes.
Motion carried. Item number 13, discussion and possible action on electronic solicitation submissions by David Thompson, Chief Financial Officer.
Okay, currently, we do electronics send out to solicitation to our suppliers. But we do receive back the paper documents, and these have to be scanned in and electronically distributed to our BRA employees' use. There is a Texas government code that requires that if we do receive electronic submissions from our suppliers, that we have to get board approval to do that. This would be a big savings in time and just paper shuffling if we could get this resolution approved by the board. Are there any questions?
I have a question, David. What platform are you looking at to do this through?
Currently, we're just going to bring it in as bringing it through the our normal process and sent directly to our purchasing manager. In the future, we are looking into doing it a portal, but right now it'll just come back to our purchasing manager, and she will secure those responses until there's the bid opening is set up for.
So would that be like through email or like through an FTP site or something like that?
Currently, we would want it to go through as an email, a PDF file coming back as an email.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other question?
I don't see any other questions. Can you read the resolution, please?
Thank you. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the acceptance of electronic submissions of the solicitation submittals and pursuant to the authority granted by Chapter 19 of the Texas Government Code.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
Director Henderson, motion to approve.
Director Luton, second.
A motion was made by Director Henderson, second by Director Luton. Please pull the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Boren, Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz, Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey?
Yes.
Motion carries. Agenda item 14, discussion and possible action on renew contract with Depository Bank Wells Fargo by David Thompson, Chief Financial Officer.
Okay, the board back in October 2014, they authorized the execution of the banking services with Wells Fargo for a period of 2 years with 2 additional years extensions. Wells Fargo contract expires next year in April. We would like to renew the contract with Wells Fargo. There is no fee increases with the renewals that we have, and we're extremely satisfied with the services. Wells Fargo provides over 100 employees with a P-card process. We have integrated all of our accounting software with their softwares for all the check cutting. We also are provided by Wells Fargo a rebate program for our suppliers' purchases that netted almost $60,000 last year. They have a good fraud management procedures, and on the wire transfers, there's a very secure system on that. The Texas Water Code does require, oh, can't see the PowerPoint? Oh, can you not see the PowerPoint?
No.
Oh, hang on. Can you see it now?
No.
Oh, good. Here.
Perfect.
All righty. Well, sorry about that.
That's okay.
I clicked everything on properly. But to continue, the Texas Water Code requires the board to designate one or more bank depository. We are not required to go out for solicitation for depositories, but we have found that Wells Fargo has been giving us excellent service, and I would like to request the board to allow us to go another 6 years with the same types of terms and conditions we had before. So are there any questions?
Yes, this is Director Bourne. If you should become disenchanted or another banking group would like to make a proposal, are you able to do that with some kind of 30, 60, 90-day out, or is this thing locked in for the 6-year period or the 2-year period?
It's locked in for the first 2 years, and then there's two-year renewals. And at that time, if we're unhappy after the first 2 years, yes, we could opt out of this.
Who was the previous depository before Wells Fargo?
I think it was Compass Bank.
Going back to the first question, after 2 years, I know that you're proposing today for the board to approve a 6-year, but after 2 years, does that still have to come to the board as a review?
Not this one.
Thank you.
Only the advisor that has to have the board do that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Yeah, this is Director Yancey. I'm a little concerned with the number of regulatory issues that Wells Fargo has been fined with in the last 24 months. And now, I recognize it doesn't impact the area we're talking here, which is more of on an institutional basis, but it seems to have a problem with management and dissemination of ethics. Are we at all concerned about that coming into our contract with Wells Fargo?
No, I looked into that and talked to them about it. Our depository system we have is so separate from what the customer facing side of the business that Wells Fargo has problems with. And, but we do watch that, and I am, always looking at what's on the news for Wells Fargo, but I think we're protected on this side of it.
Okay, I want to be sure we have a way out, because, you watch across the regulatory aisle on banks, and there's certain times if certain things happen, the litmus test of association can be strong. And I don't want any blowback on our organization because of something they're doing on the other side.
Now, Texas Water Code does allow us to have one or more bank depositories. So if we did have an issue, I could come back to the board for another bank depository if I had to.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good question.
It is a good question, and I'm glad it was brought up. But so, how painful is it to make a change or to have an alternative at hand?
It is. I will say it's painful. The P card system or the purchase card system is somewhat of a complex system. The accounting softwares, we probably could work to get that done. I do like the rebate program that they have. $60,000 pays a lot of salaries and costs that we have with Wells Fargo. So I have looked into in the past what it would be to change to a different kind of purchase card system as well as the rebate program. And it is a challenge, but it can be done.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome. Good questions.
All right, I don't hear any other questions. Can you please read your resolution?
All right, thank you. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby designates Wells Fargo Bank N.A. as a depository for Brazos River Authority and authorizes the General Manager CEO to renew the contract with Wells Fargo Bank N.A. for the banking services for a period of 2 years with the option to extend for 2 additional 2-year terms with the contract containing such terms and conditions as the General Manager CEO shall determine to be the best interest of Brazos River Authority.
Madam Chairman, this is Director Bourne. Point of order, could I ask a question?
Director Boren has a question.
I'm going to vote no against this resolution. I have total confidence in David, his integrity. I just have the belief that it's something valuable for a board to have review every 2 years because of the amount of money involved, and it's a public entity. If it was a private entity, I would not even give it a second look. And so this has nothing to do about David doing a great job and doing what he does. This is about a philosophical view I have of a board oversight of the money and being a public entity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
I move to adopt the resolution as presented.
Second, Director Savage.
A motion made by Director Henderson, a second by
Savage.
Director Savage. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Boren,
No.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Frome,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz,
Yes.
Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
No.
Motion carries. Item number 15, discussion and possible action on SEAL Analytical AQ2 discrete analyzer trade by David Thompson, Chief Financial Officer.
I got to start off by saying, can you see my slides, please?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so I've got it down now. Similar to surplus properties where we have properties that either are defective, we don't need anymore, or too costly to repair, the board has to approve us getting rid of those properties. Also in the asset management policy, we have what's called trade-ins. Trade-ins also require board approval in order for us to do that. We have a supplier for the discrete analyzer that wants to sell us a new one. and they have provided us a trade-in allowance that we would like to take. So I would like to ask the board if we could, if there's not any questions, to allow me to do the trade-in.
I have a question, David. Can you explain a little bit about what this is?
What the discrete analyzer is?
Yes.
I'm going to have to turn that over to Tiffany, if you're out there.
It is actually a piece of equipment in the laboratory that we use to monitor water quality. Tiffany, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was talking without unmuting myself. I have a habit of doing that. It's something we use for a low-level nutrient analysis of ammonia, total phosphorus. We can do total keldol nitrogen on it. So it's some of the more advanced low-level nutrient analysis.
Okay, what's the value that we're looking at here?
They have offered us a trade-in of $1,000 on the new unit. And I would say that is significantly more than we have ever received on any of our used lab equipment through the surplus auction process. Usually there's not a lot of demand for used lab equipment unless somebody's just trying to limp another older unit on and wants to get parts, but we rarely get more than a couple $100 on the surplus auctions that I've seen on our used lab equipment. So the $1,000 trade-in on the new unit is, I think, the better option.
What's the cost of a new unit?
$38,000.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing no other questions, please read your resolution.
Thank you. Be it resolved, the Board of Directors of Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager CEO to authorize trade-in of the SEAL Analytical AQ2 discrete analyzer under the terms and conditions that are in best interest of Brazos River Authority. Be it further resolved that the Board authorizes the General Manager CEO to certain instances to continue to use and or maintain previously authorized trade-in properties in a manner that is the best interest of Brazos River Authority until the appropriate replacement property is received and placed in service.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
Director Huber, I so move.
A motion made by Director Huber, a second by
Luton.
Director Luton. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Bourne,
Yes.
Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz,
Yes.
Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
Yes.
Motion carried. Item number 16, report and possible discussion on fiscal year 2020 fourth quarter budget report by David Thompson, Chief Financial Officer.
Okay, this is our fourth quarter, our fiscal year end. And I have three elements, key elements of our financial statements, where revenues was about 4.9 million over budget, and that's due to mainly to the interruptible water. Expenses were about a little bit over $8 million under budget. That has to do with things like the Corps of Engineers underspending and across all departments underspending. We also had operating projects that were about $5 million underspent. Those are multi-year contracts or programs that have been captured in the FY21 budget. And the last is our projects, which was $43 million under budget. And a majority of that is Allen's Creek. Here is the detailed financials. And you can see those variances that I just talked about. And this is how we spent the money for the fourth quarter. Are there any questions?
Any questions for David? I hear no questions, David.
Okay.
All right. Did you have anything else, David?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I was going to say.
I'm getting there. It just.
Okay, you're good.
Can you see the slides?
Yes, thank you.
This is our fourth quarter and year-end investment report. It's required by Public Funds Investment Act to show this to the board each quarter. We ended the year at $138 million invested. This is basically the blocks of money that we have. Our money market is probably our largest investment, still earning a significant amount of money over some of the new investments that are out there now, since the Fed rates is almost zero. And we ended the fiscal year with 1.14 or 114 basis points, which is much higher due to our laddering of the CDs that we have invested. I do want to mention that all CDs and all investments are completely 100% collateralized. Are there any questions?
No questions.
I'm sorry, I have a question. David, this is Director Ruiz. The total portfolio performance, I would assume it's up now since the stock market's up.
We invest in certified deposits. We're not in securities. So therefore, these are bank deposits. We set them out for like either 6 months, 9 months, 1 year or 2 years, and those are set primarily close to whatever the Fed rates are running.
Okay.
So if the market's up, sometimes it doesn't help me. I wish it did though, but it doesn't.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Good question.
David, this is Director Fernandez. What's the average life of the portfolio?
Boy, that's a good question. Let me back up. We have it laddered out. You can see the highest, longest investments are probably about 18 months. I don't like going over 18 months. Lately, I've been investing in shorter terms because the rates are a little higher, but we're only seeing 20 to 30 basis points for a lot of the new investments we're having. And that's, to me, is good since the Fed's rates are only from 0 to 25.
Right. How do you find the CDs and the investments where you're placing the funds?
We use Valley View Consulting, and they do actually go out for solicitations and to many banks. I can't remember how many banks, but in this investments here, we probably have 6 to 7 banks that we're working with. And we just see what the rates run each of those times. Some banks get hungry and they'll give us a better rate, and we'll go out and ladder out those investments based off of our cash flow needs.
Okay. And you mentioned that all the investments are collateralized. So am I to assume that you're putting more than $250,000 blocks with these 67 banks?
Yeah.
Or?
The money market's at 250. It's more like a CEDAR program, but the other investments on CDs are actually backed by the Federal Dallas banks. They have to put up actually a letter of credit for those CDs.
Okay.
And that protects us 100%. And we do watch the banks, and Valley View does a good job in looking over our shoulders to make sure all the CDs are collateralized properly.
Okay. Thank you.
Good questions.
Hey, David, can you talk a minute? We just had our committee meeting, and You know, we always talk about, you know, playing the market and the BRA making money, and talk about the balance as the BRA, you know, I mean, we're not in the business to
Chase yields.
Exactly. Thank you. So can you talk a little bit about that, David, just so the
Yeah,
rest of
sure.
the board can understand that?
Yeah, because right now we sit on $138 million investments. So as Chairman Forrest says, I don't chase yield as much as I do security and making sure, and also making sure that we have the cash when we need it for our investments. So we are fortunate to have some good CD portfolios out there, but at the same time, I'm very conservative in making sure that the investments are always protected.
Thank you.
Is that what you?
Yeah. Any other questions?
This is Director LaChance. I have more of a comment. I'd like to commend David and the team on not only it appears good budget writing, but just following the budget and putting us in a stable position. So congratulations, David, to you and your team.
Thank you. And that's all I had.
All right. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 17, report and possible discussion on fiscal year 2020 fourth quarter investment officers report by David Thompson, Chief Financial Officer.
That was it.
We just did that one.
That was it.
That was it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So at this time, we will go into executive session. The Board of Directors will conduct a closed meeting and executive session on the following matters. A, to consult with attorney regarding litigation with respect to Allen's Creek Reservoir pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.071 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, codified as Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. B, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property in Austin County in relation to Allen's Creek Reservoir pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.072 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, codified as Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. C, to deliberate the purchase and exchange, lease, or value of real property in Grimes County pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.072 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, codified as Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. Board members, you have received a separate meeting link to access the executive session. Please disconnect from this meeting and access the meeting link at this time. For those remaining on this meeting link, the board will return to this open session link upon completion of executive session and prior to taking action of any on items discussed in executive session.
Madam Chairman, if I could make an announcement just for those that are following along on YouTube or video, it's likely that executive session will last at least an hour. So be patient with us and we'll be back.
Thank you. The Board of Directors will now move into executive session. And we will re-chime in about 5 minutes. Thank you. I saw Ford Taylor come in. Thank you, Lisa. Is there a resolution? The board is reconvening into open session at 1:08 p.m. Is there a resolution for the board to consider?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair.
Please read the resolution.
Be it resolved by the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority that the General Manager CEO is hereby authorized to negotiate and execute a non-binding letter of intent for the acquisition of real property in Grimes County. And be it further resolved by the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority that the General Manager CEO is directed to report back to the Board of Directors for approval prior to execution of a purchase contract for such real property.
You've heard the resolution. Is there a motion?
Director Wilson moves to adopt.
A motion made by Director Wilson,
Director Huber, second.
second by Director Huber. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Boren, Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone, Director LaChance, Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz, Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Director Yancey.
Yes.
Motion carries. I will entertain a motion to adjourn at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Who made that motion?
Tallis.
A motion was made by Director Tallis, a second by
Henderson.
Taylor.
Director Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. With no further business, the board meeting will adjourn at 1:10. Thank you, everybody. Have a good week.